Hey cuties, what's up? We're back with the what's more, the Daily N.O.D.E, and today is going to be a weird one, if I can even do it. I mean, if this video is uploaded, well then that means I succeeded in what I was trying to do, at least to some extent. We are going to make a boar, specifically a boar from the game Eternal Return. Now, you know, well, if you know my channel, I played a lot of Eternal Return over the years on the channel. I mean, we're almost up to 100 streams. The 100th stream will probably be using this boar if I can get it done in time, but we're doing this because it's just like some recent drama with the game. I thought it would be funny to make a boar and then turn it into a VTuber and then use it as a VTuber in a video. So we're putting all the other stuff on my list on the back seat until I do this, I think. The problem is animals are not my forte, so doing this is probably impossible, though. I say forte, I've almost exclusively not done animals. I've made a cat, I've made Sprigatito from Pokemon, and I've made Espeon from Pokemon. I've made Vespiquen too, but Vespiquen doesn't really count with how she's shaped, right? Like a proper quadrupedal animal I've only made like 3 times over the last half a decade or so. So again, whether or not I'm able to do this is potentially not possible. Now, I don't know if I want it to make it cute or accurate, because I'm looking at the picture right now. I have a picture of it. Do I want it to be accurate or cute? That is the question. Also, you know what I think I want? Because I think I want a cylinder, but I don't know. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's try a cylinder for the start. So I don't know if the ambience in the background is too loud or not. I'm assuming it's possibly fine. Smooth that up, rotate that. -90. Scale that on the Y to like about there. I'm probably going to cut that off, but I'm not sure. So let's just, yeah, this, we'll keep it there for now because we probably need it. So we'll take that and insert face into that. Then again, and again, and again, you know, just to have some faces there. Then we're going to come into here. And 10, I think I need this to be perfect split down the middle, so it needs to be an odd number. So 11, maybe 15, because 15 is a good number. We have like a lot of decent cubes in that. So we're going to go with about that. Probably need to cut this in half, actually. And it actually can't be cut in half, you know, just so I can save myself some effort. So I'm just going to remove that, and then that, just clicked on it through and removed it. And then we're going to come here and do that. And delete these vertices, then come over here and generate mirror. Apply clipping. So now we have that mirror going. Now let's just go to sculpt and see what happens. Of course, I have to make this lowish enough poly. Is smoothing? Okay, smoothing is already turned low. I don't know why this feels like this isn't good. Okay. So give me something like that. You know, just start rounding that off. I don't know if I want to apply I mean, it's already X'd, right? So it's fine. So on this image, they have a big back. So I don't know if we want to do something like that. Need to fix that. And then we come over here and do this. And hopefully I can do this in a timely manner and not 10,000 hours. Again, I don't know if this should be cute or if it should be accurate. Like maybe we want to make it cute? Question mark would making it cute would imply making it small. That's what I mean by cute. I mean small. That's what that means. So it's kind of like roughly the shape that this boar has. Kind of. Just round out a little bit more. Then we probably want to come over here. Let's do that over here. And the front legs are about the same placement, right? But let's see. So about here, I think I'm just going to take like 3 like that. Maybe to there. Maybe 1 higher. I'm actually going to just extrude that outward. For now, I'm just going to pull it way out. Then I'm going to go to about the same spot up here. I went 3. And that was a 6 as well. Like there, and extrude that out. Then we are going to take the bottom of this and extrude that down. And then we can fix that later. And technically, maybe we can just do it like that, and then this goes down fully, and then it comes back down, and then again. So I'm just preemptively getting that straightened out. Then we can maybe add a couple cuts to that, and by couple I mean 3. And then we can go back into sculpt. I wonder if this is how I did this for like Sprigatito in the past, because it's been like, what year did Pokemon Scarlet and Violet come out? I don't remember, but if it was a long time ago, right? At this point. So however long that was ago is how long ago I made Sprigatito. So we're just going to do this. We're going to smooth this out. It's of course going to do that to the bottom, that's fine. And do I want to get in here? Smooth it out, there we go. Starting to take shape a bit. Then get into here and smooth this into that. And the bottom of that is obviously definitely going to have to be fixed, but again, we'll get to that. Now, I don't know if we want to push you in like that to try and get this to smooth out better. And maybe do something like this. Because it doesn't really matter for it to look nice, it just needs to be a pig, right? so now I do need to pull this backwards a bit and pull this forwards. I think a lot of the heavy lifting will have to come down to I need this to be in to the texture, which is probably not going to be that great, but we can hope. I think I'm going to, you know, what would help is to take this and circle that, so now that's a perfect circle. And then same thing with you, tool, circle, scale the Z to 0. And same thing with you. This has to be, you have to take it all the way around, like that. Turn that into a circle, and then scale on the Z to 0. And then you're left with just this. Let me take that. Scale that on the 0 on the Z, so now we have the perfect circle there. Recircle it. I wish these would have been smoothed out though. Question mark. Can I smooth? Like, will smooth fix that? Oh, it will. That's good enough. It doesn't really matter too much to me. Unless I can take this and then do that and then circle again. No, it likes it like that. So there we go. I mean, that's looking kind of pigular. It's a new shape. Pigular. I think I need to circle you again. Scale 0 on the Z. On that, because I didn't do it before, then circle that. Maybe circle you again, because it'll straighten that out a bit. Then with you, we can't do it there. Gotta go back to sculpt. I think I want to push this part forward as well. On top of pushing this back. Like that. Okay, I can live with that, and then let's go ahead and go back to edit and scale you on the 0, and then turn that into a circle. Interesting that it did that. Just push that down for now. Scale the Z to 0, then turn it into a circle. We can scale that down. Take all of this. And I guess we can take this right now. Scale that on the 0. And then turn that into a circle. That's fine. So there we go. We maybe want to sculpt here and raise this up. And we can just do that. I mean, they always have to be on the same length, so let me come down here and grab this. Proportional editing turned on. Scoot this down to, let's say about there. You, on the other hand, we need to scoot you up to about there. There we go. Okay, now we need to just keep sculpting. Do I already just go ahead and maybe just do it here? Like, take that and scale on the X, when proportionally is turned on. Scale on the X like that, right? And then take this and push that forward like that. And do the same thing with the back. I probably should have done them in tandem with each other. So scale on the X and push it forward, though. It actually doesn't do anything. We just scale it on the Y to make it bigger. Then push that forward. Then I believe this needs to be lowered down to about, I don't know, there. Do the same thing with this one probably. So down to there. So with this image, it's going down to near the second part, which is pretty okay. We might want to do that, but I'm not going to do that yet. All of this needs to be pointed forward though. And this needs to be pushed back. So forward on that. And then this needs to go backwards. Like so. Sure. Back to sculpting. I can just nudge this forward. I don't know, I mean, that's looking pretty okay. In my opinion, I don't think I smoothed that out. We can smooth that out now. Again, I think this, it being cuter is for the best, so whoops. Edit this and scale on the Y. And not scaling on the Y, it's already its size, I can't make it any smaller. Actually come over here and insert more faces into that. Oops. 2, you can 2 there. You can get a 1, so that has more detail. Question mark. So we can, do we want that to be rounded out, or do we want it to be perfectly rectangular? The leg back here is bothering me because it's doing that on the image. So let me just do that. Pull this out a little bit. So what I should be doing is using the whatchamacallit tool. The inflate. So just give that a push and give that push as well. I don't know, is that not like really good for something just to make really quickly? I mean, the polys aren't even that bad. Then we can come back here. I'd prefer if this was not that shape. That scale on the X needs to be low. It's gonna pull that in a weird way, but that's fine. Scoot it back in. Can maybe just fix this later. When I approve of it. Yeah, that needs to be moved up, maybe. I'll just leave that there for now. So that's all fine and dandy. That looks great. The issue is the head. That's like how in God's name am I going to make the head? Let me just actually save this before I end up doing that. It's going to be saved as Boar-ing, if it lets me do that. Yes, Boar-ing. Alright. Body. Do I want to try the head as a cylinder, or not a cylinder, as a sphere? I don't think so. I'm like thinking about it in my head, this is a cube, get me what I want. If I cut it in half, maybe. Yeah, I think I need just a a cube. So again, like a cylinder would go a long way, but I think we need a cube. So cube. Then get me over there. I'm gonna edit that. Cut it in half preemptively. Cut these vertices. Add a mirror. Clipping. Okay. Then just add a bunch of slices, maybe 12. Not 12, like 13. What about you? It's always going to have a slice in the middle, so that's what, 4? I mean, it counts as 5. Do you look like compared to that? That's fine. And then this should be 13 as well, right? So give me like a 13. Slices there. Is this 13 actually? How many lines are in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that actually came out perfectly. Even like that was the perfect number. Alright, so we have this. What can I do with sculpting this? The head needs to be big. Again, I don't know if I have the ability to make this. Sure, I made that body really quickly. I need to fix this. But that doesn't mean anything. Even if I like surprisingly made that really quickly. So let's just, I guess, try to get the general shape going for the head. Might need to cut that back out. So we need it to be something like that, and then all of this needs to be moved down like that. Let me just buffer that out. I guess we don't even need to make the jaw. We can just do this, and if it comes out nicely, just add the jaw as a second piece. Do not be fooled by the fact that this looks like this is getting the right shape. I still don't think I can do this. It looks like a hippo, is what it looks like. Look like a hippo's head. The smooth isn't very high right now. Oops. Because this needs to go in like this. But it needs to be rounded. Alright, I mean, this needs to be popped out. Can't let that get too close to itself, otherwise it'll glue itself to itself. Let's fix the... It's almost alligator-esque. Inflating that so it has the right... It gets the right shape. It's supposed to flare out. Do I want to make this like really involved? I don't want to be here all day. Like, come on. Because I was just thinking, so that I am going to try to make this a VTuber. I could give it physics on the fur. So some reason, the snout is flared. We need to flatten this part out, but also this needs to be extended up like that. Then like maybe a little bit more there, like that. Then let me just go into edit mode and take some of this. So maybe about there. Let's turn this into lasso. But it could be this whole section here because that is the front face. So we could just take this. Here. And scale that on the Y. 0 might mess up because I have whatchamacallit turned on. Yeah, because I have proportional editing turned on. Scale Y 0. Like that, right? And then let's go back to sculpting. Just try to buffer that. It's meant to be perfect. Question mark. Let me pull this up though. Like this pixel needs to be raised. And that one. It needs to be pulled out. There we go. So now we have that. So there's a little bump here on the face. This still probably needs to be pushed up a bit more. Because the mouth has to be added. I need smooth to be stronger than this. Because we're wasting time with it being so weak. And I don't know if it needs to be pushed in more or what. Like that. And I don't know what would be cuter. I mean, it's not looking that cute anymore. I kind of need to take this and inflate this whole back part. And then the head is doing something like this. And then inflating this part here. I wish when you mirror something you don't get the seam like that, but you just have to live with that. Yeah, something like that, but not quite. A lot of this is the fur part, right? So I'm gonna have to add, maybe I want to shrink the skull a bit. The sides here. Yeah, something like that. And then the fur is what will make the outside stand out. We just need this to be the shape of the skull. Specifically, the snout, which I don't know if it's like bothering me or if it's perfect. That needs to be fixed before it causes issues. Alright, that seems acceptable for now. Is my model broken? I just noticed that. Let me fix it. There we go, I fixed it. It's just the issues with having a terrible computer, having to use a unsupported software, VTuber software. Okay, so that's what we're working with right now. I mean, I do need to like fix that at some point. Maybe it goes even further like that. Maybe actually looking at a pig skull would help, but it's fine. It doesn't need to be 100% accurate either. Do need to maybe do this now before I end up forgetting. Maybe this, so it's like what around here? Yeah, just get that cave in for now. I probably, if that's where I want them to be, need to edit this. I don't want it to be there. Maybe like subdivide. Is that enough times? That might be too many times. Turn that into a circle. I'm just gonna scale that on the Y a bit. That's not gonna work. That's fine, we can just fix it later like that, and then we're going to insert face into that maybe. Come to sculpting. That's making it not freak out. Kinda needed to be aimed like that, like pointing down. This is not acting right, so like that. That looks weird there. That's fine. So we have that. It actually makes it look angry. Maybe I should have given it more, actually, like don't back out. Like by that I mean I should have taken this entire section and subdivided it. And then perhaps taken this part, maybe, and then circled that. Insert face there. Scale. Just gonna, whoops. Gonna do that real quick. And then on the normal, changing it to normal didn't do anything, but I wanted to scale on the Y. This can stay the same, I just need the Y to be moved. Like that, somewhat, then we can just go in and sculpt that. Even though it messes that up a bit, but that's fine. That might be too big because its eyes are actually really small, so I don't know if we want the eyes to be small. So it's that, so then maybe I want to cave this in. I need to like do this manually, unfortunately. That always sucks when you have to do that. But I need to push this down. And smooth it out a bit. Again, this looks very alligator-y, crocodile-y. Now this is like below the mouth. So I feel like I need to come in here and push this up, or this like needs to be pushed down. God, that seam there is annoying. So this all needs to be extended. Even though that looks funny. No, it needs to be extended so we can get the mouth in there. The bottom jaw, that's what I mean. It's also like this whole thing that it's kind of pointed downward. Honestly, like that. I think the snout is actually like bigger this way. Yeah, something like that's probably. I need the. I need the mouth. What did it? Place it there. That's weird. Oh, the centerpiece got moved somehow. Cursor to world origins. Add a cube. Edit the cube. I'm just going to cut you in half by 5 and 5 and 5 again. Scale that down into here. Maybe rotate it preemptively. Then go into sculpt. And just try to blend that into the face. So that ends up being kind of small actually, like. Also, I need to undo that because I don't have X turned on. I need to be doing it to both sides. Round that out, round that out. Pull that outward. Like that, and on the example, on this picture that I have, this is kind of doing that. So they do that just to fix that. Like that, and then we need to spread this out this way. might be a bit too big. I have to do this because I can't see. This needs to be moved down. And we can try and blend that back up into there. Just don't want it to be too, what you call it? Do I want to inflate on the side so that it isn't too weird? I don't know. Like, that's okay, but I think a lot of it, like, I need to come back over here because this needs to be pulled up. Try to buffer that. Needs to be flattened out more, but we're just raising it up. This is going to be cell shaded, so the colors should just hard blend into each other. So it doesn't matter too much that it's not perfect. Let me come over here, sculpt you back. And then I'm just going to push the bottom of this to line up with the mouth on the bottom. Say it again. This needs to be curved from that point. And then this is just weird. It's like that. I mean, I kind of overdid it there. How much I gave it, so we can like just round that out. No, I think maybe the eyes are too far forward. They need to be pushed back. Maybe not. Maybe that's fine. We need to do this now. So I'm gonna have it as a reference over there. A reference point. Geometry, rounds, and then these bad boys would be huge. At least at the base, like that. So for this, we need it to go back there, into that. Move this forward, and forward, and forward, and forward. Pull that pretty far back and then have that to be the starting point. push all this stuff over like that. Maybe, now that it's close, slowly move this to the outside. Maybe round that out. You know, so it's like a curve like that. How do they even see? Because like where its eyes are placed, it wouldn't be able to see anything if this is where its tusk was. I guess maybe they are gonna flare out the other way then. So it starts off small, then slowly it goes out like that. And I think I would prefer this to be this way, so I can just barely see. It's not something I've ever thought about, you know, like how do boars see past their tusks, but I think it might just be how I designed this. That's the issue. Which might make me come over here, sculpt this, and like push that in like that. They can see better. Then I'm going to take this and add like a little bit of bloat around this. Down there as well. Right, there we go. Come back over here. You need to not be so detailed. So 5, a 6, and then a resolution can be at 3. Okay, so looking at this, let's just take everything. This needs to be scaled up. But immediately, these need to be scaled down. Then again. And again. But then we leave that like that. Can I... Let's just gonna spin that. So I wanted to make this bend backwards a bit more. Something like that. I can fill the caps in later. Alright, that is acceptable. Question mark. We could take this whole proportional editing and scale it up again, because this is, you know, slightly smaller, but then it gets thicker and then smaller. So something like that. It hasn't been quite an hour yet, so we're kind of making good time, in my opinion. So there, now we have that as a reference point. Because the head is tilted so far down. I need you, all of you, and I need it to be median points. Like the mouth is aimed pretty far down. Might even need to make the head bigger. Big ol' head on this thing. Maybe not too big, a little bit more. Then maybe we can sculpt this and push this back. And how do these things see? It's browser in the way now. Where's the crease? I want a crease here. Can come around here and crease into that. Increase this. Where's that crease again? There we go. With the crease, it's doing its job, but I need to push this in. Right. That seems fine. Oh, I didn't even like think about the ears, but the ears don't really matter. That's easy, right? It's like a cube again, and then edit that. I'm just gonna do the same thing I did with the mouth, which is give it a 5 cut around the entire thing. Scale that down. They're not very big. They're also like facing out like that. Kind of. So just scoot that in there and then see what we can do. I don't have X turned on because we don't need it turned on for this. You're like way in the wrong spot. Maybe I should do this by like its own thing. Just make a plane and make this because it is kind of wonky already. It looks wonky. Trying to use this. So they're flowing backwards, so that's one thing we gotta do. We gotta make them go backwards. So something like that. But you need the top of this. That kind of was the top. You need that to be doing that. Unfortunately, this got curved. There. Need to just physically move this that way. And smooth that out. Just gonna rotate that like that. Sure. Like so. Am I missing anything else other than just the hair and whatnot, right? It has this thing attached to its neck, so you can use that too. Staple that, but I think the entire thing will just be attached to a head rig, so you can't, well, I don't know how you would rig an animal for VTuber the way I do it, question mark. So I just have to make the entire thing attached to like a human head and just have the whole body move around when you move your head, right? We're going to go finish the tail off now. So edit that. So the thing about this is it's split into two, or is it just... I don't think it's split into two. I think it actually just goes into a point. I don't know if I even want to do this. I don't know if this is actually a smart way to do this. Let me just delete these vertices. Come here and fill that for now. The smart way to do this is to just get a curve and edit that, move it over here, rotate that up to -90. I need like a good position for this. The one thing that's a problem with making 3D models is the damage your hand takes from trying to do it, because my hand and forearm are bothering me. And it's not like muscularly, it's, hey, this is not good for your health, in a kind of way. Okay, so just get that into position. It should be around that size. Same thing, just give it a shape. So it's pretty big, but not too big, so it's around there. So just get that in there, don't need proportional turned up. Let's just keep it there and then have it there, and then move it down and then up. I'm just gonna do that. Let's give it more bones. I'll subdivide here as well. Again, you need to be lowered, and then so do you. So I'm gonna scale that. Oops. Scale that down. Like so. Then I'm gonna take this and duplicate it and edit it. And just take that and like it's moving all of that. There we go. And like do something like this. And then that. Like so. Then actually, let me take this and go do something like that. Take both of them and move them to there. Is it long enough? They actually don't seem long enough. Now just both of them, pull them out a little bit. Is that fine? That seems fine, question mark. So we'll go with that. Also you. Go down to a 2. Doing the UVs for this is going to be a pain. Absolute pain. We need to take this, I think, and scale it up. We kind of need to take this and scale it up. This whole thing. But it kind of matches the back of it better. I don't care too much about making it perfect. I just need it to be done quickly. Top is fine, the bottom is fine now. Head is acceptable. Just need the fur. I don't know how I'm going to completely do that. We need that. Actually, we need more than fur. We need the freaking thing that's on its neck. I'm like staring at it, analyzing it. Might be a plain job because I need the dexterity, I guess you could say, from this. I'm going to cut this in half, delete the vertices here, scale it down and rotate it, and I need to be like here. Not having the fur ready is a problem because the fur is so. How's this not down the middle? Did I move it in a weird way? That sucks. Now I have to do that. There. I'm trying to make this correct is going to be a pain in the butt. Well, I'm trying to make it correct in a timely manner. You know, I'm trying to make this as fast as possible. I'm just going to slowly work my way around with this. I don't care how accurate it is right now. It just needs to make its rounds around the neck. Okay, so I think they're connected to each other now. So there, we need to move this up. And move this up. It's like, why does that look so weird? It's because that was not where it needed to be. We need to maybe shrink this down like that. None of this is really clipping into the body, so we need it to actually be on the outside. So I need this to actually go down. Like if I solidify this, that can be inside the body, but this specifically needs to not fall inside. Like that. Pull that back up. Gonna need another one over here. We'll need a lot of them over here. Give me a cut here and here for the just for the sake of it. Cut that twice. And just pull that out a little bit. And same thing for you. And pull this upwards. Because this actually is pretty big. It goes pretty far around here. So that should be pretty close to the head. But this gets pushed back up because of the fur that it has. And this could be N. Maybe this is a little bit further in as well. But then the fur is just all blown out the back there. Though, looking at it, it's much bigger than that. I mean, mine is smaller, so maybe it's fine that it's not as big as the main one. Also, where is that at here? Or maybe I insert another thing there. Then take about that and extrude it out a little bit. Like so. And then this needs to be connected as well. Like that. Okay, that is acceptable, question mark. I might just subdivide that so that it ends up being a square, just to curve that. Give it a little curve. And maybe I'm going to grab these and push them back a little bit. There we go. Need to move these now. Again, that needs to be blown out like that. Like, this part is the worst thing, because everything else, I mean, this pig is basically done. But that requires a lot of detailing to be done to it. The eyes, I'm still, like, I don't know how I feel about them. Because they need to be, let's see, they need to be ovaled, like this. And I might just UV sphere, make it pretty small, like a 20 and a 10, and then just shrink that bad boy down, get it in there for the eye, like that. That actually, it lets me easily fix everything, so I'm just gonna do that. I won't be able to see that, this is gonna be pitch black, but now I have that to guide me, like, doing stuff with this. Around the eye. I don't know if I need just to have like a little bit of extra stuff, because I'm trying to make this quickly, so I don't know if I have enough time to just make eyelids to then edit so that it can blink. So let me just do that. Like just push it in a little bit more. want it to be bigger. Maybe I want it to actually be further. That makes it look crazy. That's fine. Just pitch black. Okay, so eyes are done. Now we gotta go back to this. I guess we'll apply that and then generate solidify. Then give that like a massive solidify. Well, it doesn't have to be massive, it just needs to be big enough to fit all the way around the neck like that. Which then kind of makes me want to do this and turn X on and move this up. To give more room for the fur. Probably should have given this more vertices, but it doesn't need them, question mark. It really doesn't. We'd have to, how am I going to draw on that? So we need some bolts. We need a, I just need to commit to finishing this like now, like this part now. So I need to add, let me just turn that off. I don't have any of this stuff shaded smooth, so let's smooth all this. That automatically is smooth, smooth, smooth. Shade smooth on that. Then we need to add a plane. Now we're getting into the weeds. This video might be like 3 hours long. What time is it? Oh my god, it's... Oh. I was like, oh my god, it's 4 p.m. It is not 4 p.m. It's 4 in the morning. It's 4 a.m. I don't have to worry. I have time. I have all day. I literally have all day. I'm just going to edit this and move it to the side, scale it down. I don't know what the left side looks like, so I'm just going to assume it only has one of these. I'm going to aim at that and rotate it accordingly, something like that. I'm going to move it down here, scale it down, then I'm going to go over to magnet. The magnet, but okay, it actually does not want to move now. Face. Let's face project, I guess. Okay, weird that it's doing that. I need you not to do that. Actually, I should just like shrink wrapped because that destroyed the object. Let's go here, generate. Let's deform, shrink wrap. This above surface. 0.1. Get that down into position. So this needs to be over there, and then that can be down here. And honestly, I should just have it a part of that. But then I would have to apply the, you know what, it doesn't matter. I just need to do it. So let's leave that. Apply the solidify on that, then come over here and edit this. And just take this and extrude it outwards. Like that. Just making sure that came out correctly, and I'll even go ahead and do this and insert faces into that just to make sure it's looking fine. Then need to get a cylinder, and we need a nut like that. Edit that, scale it to there, push this up. Then we can take you and insert faces. Just keep scaling individual origins. Delete the faces, come into here and grab you and you and you and you and fill that. Take that edge and then fill all the way around. We don't need to do anything because these nuts can just be done flat like that. Origin. Now it would be lovely if I could just do this. It's just like vertex, because I need to move this onto that. There. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Rotate that. Shrink it down to there, then rotate it again. And we just get a good look at it, scale it down again. So it's higher up, so it's like here. That's pretty okay where it's at. Then I'm just going to duplicate that and move it down a little bit. Like that. I probably shouldn't even did that the way I did. I should have done it, 'cause now I have to get the what you call it's a part of it. The bolts on top of it. So we have those two there. They're in decent position. I'm just going to scale that down. Also take this, reset the scale. Then like somewhere down here, we have, it's like slightly below the eye, so like around there we have 3 of them for some reason, I don't know why. That's good enough. So yeah, they're around here, so take that one, and then that one, and then that one. Like that. Again, for whatever reason, that's just how they're placed down here. There we go. And there's some sort of nonsense here too, but it's like, do I really want to bother with that? Edit this, and then come up to here and extrude that slightly. What is happening? Oh, I know what's happening. Because I had this on. Extrude that slightly out. Take this, insert face into that, just to give it definition. Even doesn't really matter because it's going to be cell shaded. Do I want to just preemptively just cut this so I don't have to worry about it? So I can do like that, and then this, and this. Undo that. I can do like that, and that, and that. And then here and here. Actually, that's is this one like really really big. I need to dissolve this edge. It's not as small as it looks. It needs to be there. Then cut this in half. So I don't have to worry about doing that later. I can just use that to color that. There's supposed to be like belts or something happening here. But I'm just being too lazy to want to do anything that has to do with that. So, okay, hold on. This is a belt, this is a belt. So that means I need to grab this and move it there because it's supposed to be in between the two belts. And if that's a belt, then this needs to be slightly, let's just screen that. Needs to be like there. I guess this upper one is kind of slightly encroaching on that. So there, and then we need those bolts, unfortunately. I'm just going to keep the cylinder like that. Edit, scale it on the Z, and then we're done. I'm not going to make it like a proper cylinder. Lift that up, shrink it down, and then get it into position. Apply that magnet. And then rotate it until it's like perfect. I think that's where it needs to be aimed, so like that. And squeeze that in there, like so. And duplicate you. Which, actually, delete that. We just gonna edit this real quick. Take this and just sharpen that real quick, and that, just in case I need. That's something I end up needing to do. I'll have it already pre-done. Now we can duplicate that and stick it in there. Shrink that down, I guess. Shrink this down as well. Take the duplicate you, drag you over here, and rotate it till it matches. So there's G there. Let's actually scale this up, and then duplicate, and rotate that into position. And then duplicate you. And then once again, rotate this into the proper position. There we go. That basically is that done. Well, never mind. No, we're not. We need to maybe come here, edit this, and take this, and we'll turn this off. Move it upwards a little bit. I'm just going to take this and manually move it myself without the magnet turned on. Need a Tauros, particularly thin Tauros, probably like as few sections as possible. Like 15 is probably fine. 15 and 8, and then I need it to be thin. And then let's just assume that's fine. Bring it up. Move it down. Also, you need your scale rotating. I mean, not rotate, reset. I keep doing that. I need to reset the other things as well, because these things. Probably should just like grab everything and like reset their scales. So there, and then rotate that so that it fits perfectly. That actually is kind of perfect already. Then I need to duplicate this perhaps and move it down here and rotate that. And scale it down. Let's like try to get to here. Yeah, that's fine. To there. Then I'm just gonna add a cube. I don't really feel like making this perfect. For like a joke. Like this is literally just a joke. Scale it down. I'm gonna get in here and insert face and then extrude down. Actually, I think I should have scaled this a little bit more like that. Take that now and move it down here. This is like a clip attached to this other ring. I just decided not to put that much effort into it because it doesn't need that much effort. It's just that. I just gotta make sure it gets in there properly. Rotate that. Oops. There we go, and then honestly, I kind of want it to be slightly lower than that. That is acceptable. I will maybe do that though. And then add a cube. Edit. Needs to be pretty long, elongated, scale on the Y to be pretty thin. Like that. Then I'm going to come into here and insert face. Like so. And then I think we take the top of that and move it down like that. I'm going to preemptively add text to this. Rotate X. Hello? Why are you not rotating? Rotate X. 90. I kind of need it to be rotated this way though as well. So that's a 90 as well. Move it up to here. Edit. Why did the text go away? I guess that's just how it is. Yeah, because it's rotated weirdly. I can't. Oh, maybe it's just because it's clipping. Hold on. Yeah, it's just clipping. That's why I can see it. Edit. So boring. Push that forward and turn that on. Just scale this up to to about there is acceptable. Convert to mesh. That generates solidify. Just push that until it's clipping through. Apply that. I do need to remember that I need to go to everything like mesh, normals, recalculate outside, mesh, normals, set from faces. And I have to do that with everything. Unfortunately. And I think I don't know if I even grabbed everything here. Edit, select everything, mesh, normals, recalculate outside, mesh, normals, set from faces. Otherwise, VC face can end up screwing things up. Mesh, normals, recalculate outside, normals, set from faces. I'm just going to take this and this, and hold on, you need your own thing though. Text. Just black. So that when I combine these two into one thing, it's fine. Okay, so I've got this tag now. And then let me just get that into position, like I've said 1,000 times. Maybe I need to push this forward like that so that it can actually get in there nicely. So put it here and then push there and then there. It can be pushed higher up. It can be higher up into there. There we go. So now that's on there, and then literally the last thing to do is the fur. If that's even going to be something I can do easily. You can easily do it with curves, but curves are going to get out of hand for what you call it? Add mesh. I need a circle. I need a curved circle. Let me just move that over here. Edit you. Just keep it at 4. We'll subdivide once, and then a handle type to free, and then scale. Okay, won't we scale? Scale on the Y. Scale on the Y like this. Then I guess I can just wait, which way we're facing? We're facing the right way. Take that and do that. And then you. Wait, we need to grab both of these, and then you, and then remove you. Just pull that down. Actually, I don't know if I like that. I think it needs to be like this. And then this should have been like that as well. And I can just take this and move that down. Okay, there we go. Then we add a curve path. edit this, drag it up there, need you to be rotated like that. -90. Hopefully they didn't do that from my perspective. Yeah, it did. I need to rotate on the Z. 90. There. Can I just scale this on the Y? Yeah, there we go. I think his head is 2 big. Okay, hold on. We need to fix this, I think. Its head is... like it needs to be... the X turned on. No, it's still being mirrored. I don't need that on. Its head needs to be moved down like this, maybe. Yeah, like that. And then smooth this out. I mean, this probably needs to be inflated. I mean, definitely, because I can still see. I can see through it. Then just buffer that out a little bit. As for the ears, do I want to move them down or what? Or like push them forward even? On the pig, on the thing, they're actually like this close to the eye. Like they're actually like that close. I don't know if that's where they're supposed to be. You know, that probably looks better. Just push that back in. I should just do that. Also, I probably should come into sculpt and take this and just give this a push in. Question mark. We can like try to fix that, but you just kind of want that to be like indented like that. Try to get more indents. There we go. There it is. Edit this. Give me a 6. And this needs to be an object. The circle. Like that. Can maybe scale it up to like there though. So this should be going into the skull, question mark, and then coming out as like a thing of fur. Which means I need to actually change this. I should have done it the way I had it before. The way I had it was actually good, perfect. So what we need to do is take this, and you do need it to be pointing down like that, and then this needs to be up like that. You can maybe keep that like that, but I think you want more of these. Like you want these to be like that. Maybe do that. Just to fix that a little bit. Then you can take this and this, and then that and that, remove you and you, and then scale the just to see if you can get some sort of shape out of that. That's probably fine. Like maybe something around there. You know, so then now that it looks like that instead of what it was doing before. Edit that, because this needs to go in and like rotate. I need you to, it won't rotate, so I have to do this. I don't know why it flips. I have to do that. Control T and rotate everything around 180. Why do you do that? There, select everything, Control T. Control T. Where's T? 180. Yeah, but then now this is okay there. We scale everything up, maybe. And push that back again, and then maybe start to scale this down. I mean, this is the part that's going to be messy. We can make him like kind of like this little swirl feels dashing, dare I say, is what this makes it feel like. Now I need to fix this. Also, this needs one of these lowered. It's you. Yeah, it needs this lowered so that it's less vertices. 5 I can live with. So we take that, we duplicate that, edit it. I'm just gonna move it over to the side. I pull it back and put it there. There's nothing I can really do about the way it's moving. It just has to live with that for now. If we turn this on, will it... what happens? Of course, it does that. That kind of works for me for right now. Spin that on the side, then we can come in here and pull it. Why? I hate that this controls that instead of this. Like, this should have the say on everything, but it doesn't. Like, this is also causing things to freak out, which makes it hard to get these in there. I have to Control T everything again, like that. I need to pull this up, I need to pull that up. This needs to be pushed in, which is going to cause everything to freak out. So then I have to come in here and Control T again. Then I kind of, well, let's see if I can scale that down. Oh, there's no way all the music is done, right? I guess I had to reset it. There we go. So this fur is going to be custom. It's not matching what it actually looks like. I Control T just this part. Come on, like stop spinning the whole thing. with that, we want to generate a mirror for it. Duplicate that. And then just pull this up. I think maybe we need to do this and then like that. Like shrink how big that is. So the problem with this is that it's not like down there. It needs to be down there. Then I want to, I think, move this over here a little bit. That is getting kind of wonky though. Gotta do a lot of messy drawing, I think. So I'm just gonna take this and move it directly up. Ugh. Hate that it's doing that. For me moving everything. So I'm just gonna move that forward and then I guess up a little bit and then up a little bit. Then we have to take the whole freaking thing and twist it because it's messed up. It's not even straight now. Scale this on the X to 0. Spin it. Scale that down, maybe. So something like that. Move that down. Cool. We gotta take this and duplicating it. This is going to cost so much resources because of how it works. Rotate you. We need to like straighten this out. This needs to go on the side of the face. Just pull all that out for now. So about there, perhaps, yeah, like there, and just move everything over there, Control T, we need to move down because we don't want it to get in the way of the bolts there. You want to see that they're there. So it goes like that. Then duplicate that, edit that, scale everything, down like so. Spin it a little bit. Okay. Take that and move it in front of that. Need to like rotate it upwards like so. And it's kind of good where it's at, but maybe just like move this up. Just remembered I still need to do Ring Fit Adventure after this. Oof. Why are you not mirrored? It has no mirror. What the heck? I didn't realize they were not set to the proper mirror. Good thing I saw that now. Let's actually just take this back and actually move it down instead. And move this upwards, get a little extra fuzz up here. Just gonna rotate that like that. Where the heck is the other one? Did I not make a copy? Ugh. It didn't duplicate it like I wanted. Duplicate that and then edit that. There we go. So there, and then pull that out. I think we need to spin that a little bit. And that one's gonna be up like that. I don't know if I want more up here or not. You know, like duplicate this and put it here just to have the extra coverage. Probably right. Didn't mean to do that. Like there. It's probably good. Something like that. Duplicate this one in the middle, edit it, and now we need to bring it into here. So I'm going to scale that, scale everything up. It's kind of already fine, though this isn't like this kind of shape, right? It's very small spikes. So I don't know how I would want to get that done, question mark, if it would be something like this or what. And then just try to cover that up so it can't be seen. Maybe move that down. Start moving this backwards. I just want to put like more on the sides too, not just down the middle. Attack. Keep pressing the wrong button. I don't know how I forgot where the D button was. Like, hello, what is wrong with me? Let me just move it up. That needs to be lowered because it's clipping through. This can be increased though. Pull you back. Maybe we want to let like flick forward. You don't really want this to be all perfectly lined up either. So let's see about moving this further down so we can try to finish it off. Oops. I think that's fine. Pull that up. If we could just have like a bonus set on either side. Gonna duplicate that. Give it a mirror to that, and then go ahead and edit and spin it. And get it moving to the side. Shrink that down. Doesn't need to be that huge. Just like fit that into there to cover up all that dead space that was visible before. Alright, and then I don't know if I want to like shrink this. And then one more duplicate. Kind of find where it's at right now. Spin that. Just needs to be pushed up. Then maybe I want this to be down. I don't like that being split up like that. That should not be like that. It's been 2 hours, so that's rough. We could just like quickly just finish with that. Oh, I am going to come into here and increase this Because there's like this weird overhang happening here. It's probably just like, it's fur obviously, but gotta try to simulate that. If only I could easily grab this pixel and move it forward. Something like that. And then, just to be a bigger pain to myself, I'm gonna duplicate this, because the sides of these legs here have some fur on them as well, hanging off. So something like that, maybe. Try to fix that. Maybe push everything forward a little bit more to give it more juice. This definitely needs to be rotated that way so I can not have to see it clip through. Oh, now it's clipping there now. Yeah, I'll just live with that. Duplicate that. The bottom of this actually needs to be shrunken because that's getting on my nerves. I think one more. Below that. I don't know if I'm even going to be able to play Eternal Return later today with this model because, again, making these things is so unhealthy for your body. It is not healthy to sit here and just death grip a mouse. And there has to be a better way, right? Some sort of better tool than a mouse. You just like actually put me in 3D and do it with my own hands. That would be great, thanks. Oh yeah, and then these need to be set differently. Well, they are set to the body. That's set to that. Okay, no, they are actually over there. I thought they weren't set properly. Alright, so that's decent. For now, I think the only thing I want to do is maybe lower this, because I think they have too many faces. Okay, so for things first, maybe like convert to mesh. Edit this. Take you, fill you, and you. Then we can even just take this and rotate down. Because that's how they're supposed to be angled. Should this be higher? And hopefully you don't see the back anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. So we need to get their UV. Since this is not going to matter too much, I might just smart unwrap and like hope for the best with that. Oh shoot, that doesn't work. It's not. I haven't applied this. And just like not care about the UVs that much. UV on you. Smart. So head and body are done. Then this thing. Wait, hold on. What did that look like? Because I thought that was like going through itself. It's not. These things should already have their UVs perfect. I should have done all the paths in one thing, because now I have to try to find them all and convert them to mesh. Granted, it's not that hard. I see that I'm missing two. I don't know if that's the horns. That is the horns, but did I not convert that to mesh? Or the tails. That's the tails. Convert to mesh, convert to mesh. Am I really going to come in here and on every single one of these and fill in these caps, which is such a pain in the butt to do? So how many is that going to be? Like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 26, 28. Yeah, that's 20 because it's two of them. 30, 32, 34, like around 30 times. I mean, I guess I'm going to do it. I will like cut and then come back once I've filled in all the ends. So I guess I'll be right back and do that. Right, I believe I filled all the caps in. The only problem is like trying to UV edit those now, which could be an issue, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So is there anything else I need to do here? Oh, it doesn't have any teeth, I'm just realizing. I need to give it teeth. So how are we going to do that? Not a plane. We're just going to add a cube. And then edit the cube, scale it on the Y. Actually, no, we need to just scale it the other way. Scale it to be flat like that. Scale it on the X. It'd be easier if I just cut it in half. So vertices. Generate mirror clipping. So that I can just come into here, do that. Actually, do I want to do it like that? No, we don't want to do that like that. What we want to do is take that. Let me get it back because I can't see anything. Take that and do this. Maybe rotate it like that. And pull that there. Cut that. Pull that out around there. Rotate it a little bit. Maybe I'll even like try to move it to be nicer. Scaling on the 1 to 0 just to flatten that out. Then we take that and we bevel. Okay, not the angle we need. It needs to be like here. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, but I don't love that. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that this is mirrored, so I could just do that. And we come into here and here. That's grabbing everything, right? Yeah. And dissolving those edges, and then taking just this down the middle and beveling that. The angles of this cause it to have problems with its curve, right? Because it's doing that. They shouldn't be acting so weird, but what can you do, right? I think I need to get it to there. Because it bevels in a way that does that. You end up with odd curve there. I probably should just stuck to what I was doing. Oops, let me do that. Rotate that a little bit. I'm just gonna pull it forward and then see what happens when I do this. And it's okay, but it's forcing me to really have to do a lot of manual labor for this. It kind of needs to be smaller as well. Kind of need to try to grab everything. There, and then scale on the X. That makes it actually grow. I'll just live with that. I could have made it like way faster than that, but I was kind of just goofing around. So we take this and scale it down and try to get it to fit in the mouth. Of course, I don't know. Here's the head. I just scale it on the X. Move it forward, maybe rotate it like that. Can even go into sculpt. I need to change the scaling on that. There we go. These tusks need to get out of the way. I can just do that. I want it to be following that properly. Maybe like that and that. It does hide the teeth, so that works. I do need a second set though. So I can duplicate that, then scale it down. And then put them just into the head. So there, I mean, the way this is made, you won't be able to see the teeth, unfortunately, I think. Where is this at? Hide that. This is that. Why is this just a cube? I got rid of like an original cube. Teeth 2. As you can see, you actually can't even see them. Even if I tried to do this, that might mess things up. I don't like how that's doing that. Like that. Then like maybe it'll be fine when the mouth is open. I kinda don't really care about like decent accuracy right now, since we've been at it for so long. And trying to get the eyes to blink is just gonna be impossible. Currently. Not impossible, it's just not worth the time right now, because we're not, again, trying to do this perfectly. We just need it to be done. So now everything should be fine, right? Other than maybe sharpening the ear here to make it more furry like. I don't know if that even like worked. That's fine. Right, we have this cretin completed. Close enough. What is being mirrored right now? The teeth, probably. Oh, they're not being mirrored. Something is being mirrored. Oh, the ears. I gotta make sure everything is smart unwrapped. I think the head and the body are done. I don't want to do these things right now. Let's save that, go to shading. Then turn this on. It's gonna look weird by default. Actually, it's not that bad. Okay, let's start with the head. We need for 1, and it needs to be. Okay, let me just add the picture to the that I'm using to the file. Can I? No. So can I just drag it in here, but we'll just import images as plain. Then I'll go find the picture. That's what I'm doing right now. Boar. I don't know. Oh, I guess it doesn't. I can't tell that that's an image because it's like a web, whatever. That's that weird web file type. Oof, I'm just gonna have to eyeball it then. Oh well. So it's like around here, but it's like tanner. You want it to be over here, but like darker, but with a little color loss. Maybe a little bit more color in the red direction. Like sometimes I get it. Let's just go with that. So we need to come over here, add color in our inputs, RGB. Let's color into that. I forgot how to get the cell shading. I need to use a where is it at? Is it not input? Am I just not seeing it? We need to diffuse. It's a shader, that's why. Diffuse. It's like, why does that look like that? It's because of the, whatchamacallit. And then the diffuse, I don't know, was it supposed to be a color or... It's like I just completely forgotten how to do this, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to just look it up. I forgot. Yeah, I might just be putting it through a color ramp, which I was going to do, but I didn't think that's all I had to do. It won't let me get it. I need to add a color ramp into that. It doesn't connect into that for some reason. That's weird. I need that color in there. Is it the other way around? That seems so weird. Okay, no, that's not it. We need this to be a shader to RGB, and then that needs to be pumped into this, and then that into that. I think. Yeah, that seems to be fine. Then constant. Then that needs to be black. Does this need to be white? Yeah, like don't change that. It's the other way around, I think. That's the shadow. This is the color. It's not gonna be perfect, of course. Do I have ambient occlusion on? There, let's turn ambient occlusion off. And then this can be the same color, but darker. And over here a little bit in the red. So that is correct there. I could go even further and just add texture to that, but if I add texture, that means I'm going to get screwed over by what you call it. Also, I need the light to be the other way. Yeah, so there's that. Give you the fur, the body needs fur. I would have to do it anyways, right? Because of I need the textures to be correct. We can give all the stuff fur for now. Actually can't see anything, so I need to like back out. It's the ears as well, same color. Okay, then the tails. And just the fur here as well. Oh, the amount of stuff I might need for this is going to be kind of nuts. This needs to be its own thing. Like that. This tag, I probably shouldn't have done that for that. I need to take this, copy that, put it into here, and like black, and white. Oh, that is it doing it. Other way around? That's not right. Yeah, you need it to be slightly different. And this is not what it's gonna be. Be like in the final version, but I'm just trying things out, right? I really would prefer it just to be that right now. Then this something metal, paste that in there, make this a gray. I don't know why I added color. Make that a gray, make this, do we just want to go like a black on that or what? I forget what direction it needs to be. I think that's the right direction. I don't like how it looks like that though. Why does it look that way? Why does it look like that? recalculate outside, mesh normals set from faces. That didn't really make a difference, but isn't the light coming from that other way? I think this needs to be the other way around. That is metal. This is metal. Same thing with this. We need to go into edit it, select everything, and mesh normals recalculate outside, mesh normals set from faces. And then this needs a new. This is just yellow. So where's the color? The color... Wait, really? I have it set like that. The color is the one on the far side, so you... Yeah, let it be around there. And this can just be... Same thing, darker. Maybe not like orange. Didn't like that. Got frozen. Need to click that and then Control L. Assign and then click here. Assign that. Should have like a tag. It's really difficult to type stuff because my mic is in front of me, taking up all of the space in front of me, so I can't really do that. That, remove view, need to be around there, and then this can just be there. Weird for it to get like such a circle like that, perfect circle. That's weird. I actually want this to be brighter than that. This is like a yellow. It needs to be around here. So we can just have that be. Just going to duplicate this so that I can take this color, put it in there, delete this. And just drag that down and then move it over a little bit. These things need it as well. Probably should have given them the colors ahead of time. So I wouldn't have to do this manually like this. Okay, that all has stuff. I think everything has its texture now. I think maybe I need to edit this. This is still mirrored, thankfully. So I can take that and scoot it in a little bit more. Could take it and scale it on the Z. That doesn't help too much though. Like no matter what I do, it's gonna be weird. Like maybe that's okay. Yeah, that's better actually. Reset that scale. Oh yeah, I need to come into this and edit this. So we need this and that and that. Then I'll come over here and grab that and that and that. And the same thing here. Then on the other side as well. And you, new, and it needs to be metal, and assign that. Like so, and then I forgot that this actually needs to be colored as well. I don't know how far those yellow stripes go. Question mark. That's an issue. I'm just gonna assume they don't go very far. I kind of need to cut into this. What's the whole top part of this? I'm just gonna go to there. And then here. And then here. Can't see. Yeah, I need to see if I needed to go one further, and I did. Maybe one more, like to there. That's the same color as the tag, so I might as well just use the yellow tag. Like that. So I don't know what's going on over here. I guess we could have pushed it all the way over to there, perhaps. Just for the sake of it. So, oops. I want to be able to see where that is, so we can take it to there. I think. There's like a little bit of orange on that, but I'm not gonna bother with that. So what I could have ended up doing, also why does it look like that's, you know, it's fine. It's just, it's not being moved the right way. If I take this and just do that, get some more detail over there. Not really. That's just because of how this works. You kind of like end up lacking. That's a 1. Front is a 1. And that's a 3. Not that that matters too much. So we have to come into this, and we need to a principled PDF back. I need to plug this into that just to see what it ends up looking like. I think it's just going to apply, yeah, this still gets applied. No spec. No transmission, no coat, no sheen. Yeah, it just naturally ends up looking like that. So there's not a lot you can do, even with the thing here. I think you gotta like go add shader, like, or mix. That doesn't get mixed properly. Yeah, that just ends up adding like a little bit of light, but we don't really care about that. What we care about is the normal. Granted, I don't think I can even apply this to that. It's just always annoying. What did I want? Maybe a wave? Even though waves don't really work right. You can't really bake them. Like a 20, because I can't, like, you could try to like put this into that or something. Kind of just playing around with the colors at this point. I'll be right back once I'm like messed around with this long enough. Of course, I forgot that you can just put the normal into the diffuse. It has a normal slot. So we're there now, but the issue is we need all the extra color on the boar, which means we need to... Can you mix this? So I can mix there, like that. Image texture. And then this needs to be changed to... head? Are we clicked on the head right now? We are. Uh, 2048? No. Yeah, 2048. And then, oh, that's the name. 2048. 2048. Head texture. Needs to be pure white. Multiply. Go to texture paints and save as. Just doing all that stuff now. So head texture. So let's see something. We need this color for one, but hold on. We need a new, I'm just gonna eyedrop this color even though it's not correct. Let's remove that, add that. We need you to be like a nice pale yellow around there. I guess it would be the same color as the tusks, actually. If I drop that color, add that. Now, I don't know if this will paint correctly because I didn't UV map it correct. Right? So it might just not even work right. Because it needs to be here. Well, actually, I'm not using the X. Okay, no, it's doing it. Something like that, and then going down like that. And then we need color white. So I can just do that. And same thing here. And same thing there. I need to get this and fill that in. Don't know why that is there. Get rid of that. Is this and that connected? Yeah, because of how weird the thing is that those two pieces are connected somehow. So I just have to live with that. So there's that. Hello? Oh, because I don't have the texture built in. It's not plugged in. It's multiplying instead of mixing. Maybe I should have screened it instead. Mix. Unfortunately, I think this needed to be a screen. So I gotta do that again. Texture paint. I need black. Though I need it to be over here. Gradient. Black to black. Then we can come back over here and try to do this. So from over here, and then that's that there too. Ugh. That's what you get for not making perfect UVs. You get marks all over the place that shouldn't be there. So then this needs to be really low again, like a, oops. Not that we need a black. I don't like that cuts into that like that. I think I need to properly UV edit this, unfortunately. So we have to go back and do it again. Black. I think actually all I need to do is cut it down the middle, right? It will go all the way around the middle, so just mark seam and then unwrap that. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about any nonsense. So texture paint. It might be really slow now though, because of how the paint is. Oh, run black. I hate when it does that. Oh, this needs to be bigger. Just need the color to be in there. Get that down to there. I'm just using my mouse, by the way. I'm not using my tablet for this. It's been almost 3 hours. Jesus Christ. And that. So something like that. it to be pointed like that. The same thing with this, maybe. With you. There we go. That's fine. Like, I don't know if we want to, like, try to apply, like, permanent colors to this instead of letting the shadows do all the work. Because that would be a pain in the butt to try to do. I would need another layer as well. So the issue with this, with trying to do things like this, is that I would need a texture for every single one of these things. So I need like 50 textures just to get things to work correctly, right? Because everything has to be done manually, which I guess if I'm going to commit to that, I'm going to have to pause and do all that. You already saw what I was doing there, right? With coloring. I'm going to have to commit to it and color all these things off camera. And then come back when I'm done coloring. That is what the choice is going to have to be, so I guess I'll be right back. Alright, so I haven't done any coloring yet. I just made sure everything was an individual like piece. It had its own some texture. So like, and I'm thinking, do I just want to try and get the shadows naturally? By naturally, I mean not literally the opposite, unnaturally, which is going to be even worse. It's going to head shadow. I'm not going to make it that big. It needs to be white. Yeah. Now click on that, go to texture paint. We need to save that. Save as head shadow. Come back to shading. This needs to be multiply. Plug that into that. Click on this, go to texture paint, and then I'll just drop this color. Come back to shading and then remove the... Actually, what we should do is just... we need to go here and then put this color there, so it's just the color. Then we can go to the shadows and then we can paint however we want. Wireframe. Maybe I should actually, we need a stroke and then jitter. Right, because that will cause this to happen. But maybe we want something smaller. So we can just get that bumps naturally on the stroke. So do I just want to just do something like, I don't know, like this perhaps, and then like that, question mark, and then I don't know, just go over here near the ear. It's actually kind of hard to see where the ear's at. Kind of just like copying what I see. From the whatchamacallit. So just like something like that, and then we need to do the bottom of the mouth. I mean, actually to hide the mouth. mouth, like turn the mouth off. And the teeth. And the tusks too, maybe. Well, maybe we need the tusks. So I'm just gonna come in here and then add that like that. Just color that in. Just make it all dark. Kind of need to see the mouth now to know where that ends. Because it ends over there, so let me just do that. So all of this should be colored, I think. Like so, and then just go around that like that. So you got this rounding up, kind of. Then maybe just have like the tusk kind of like reflecting on the snout there. Just around that. Take the blur and just pray to God that this works properly and doesn't cause my computer to die. I mean, it is causing it to die, but what can you do? I just want this to fade out. Oops. What did I do? How did I do that? Oh, like I accidentally turned on stabilized stroke somehow. I need it to like not just blur out, but also fade out more than that. I'm trying to get that to be nice, and then I guess I'm gonna have to come back up to here. And oh, we haven't had that saved. Take this. And I'll take the white. Then lower that. Tusks I actually need to leave. And then just stroke needs to be, so it's set to 4. I need to remember that. You're too strong still. Okay, so this needs to just be swabbed once with one stroke. Otherwise it screws everything up. Like that. Is that sure? That's pretty good. Give me the shadow back. This was like 11. The stroke needs to be 0.4. Because I want to come in here, like, oops, add more to that. So, like, mine's not exactly the same, because this is where the tusk is, and it was already in that, but we can get in there and do, like, something like this, that, and then that. Like, maybe this needs to go over there as well. Then maybe something like this. sure if I like that. Like this should be even darker. It should be pitch black, right? Like this needs to be filled in black. And then like maybe, because we're saying like the lights casting here perhaps, or there. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do that. I don't feel like thinking about that too hard. Just add like a little bit of cheekiness in here. Add like a little line here. Like that. Then maybe a little bit extra around this. Might just go all the way around. It looks like this is like too dark now though. Question mark, doesn't it? Also the, what you call it? What? I need to see the wireframe here. Let's get this to be slightly more like that. Maybe add a little bit of extra here as well. I needed another slice here. I don't know if that's too dark. What happens if I go to shading and 0.8? No, that's messing that up. Because it ends up turning white for some reason. Would this be backwards? Is that the problem? There we go. So we can get it to be lower if I absolutely need it to be. But I don't necessarily need it to be lower right now. So that is done. So I'm just going to be doing that for the next hour, I think. So I'm going to turn the mic off, and then you're just going to see me just coloring in real time with my mouse. I'm not using my tablet. I'm just using the mouse. Yeah, the mic is going off. I guess just enjoy the ambiance in the background, and I guess me coloring, I guess. Alright, I am back on the mic since we're basically almost done, right? I don't know if I missed anything. If you notice me just sitting here not doing anything like right now, it's because for some reason it can't handle whatever I'm doing. Oh, because it's marking onto this. Why is it marking onto that as well? Oh, no, it's not. Blender just ends up freezing for a while, so that's what that is. Something over here it does not like. So it's frozen right now. Whenever my cursor hits this edge, it breaks. And then I have to sit here for a minute waiting for it to figure out whatever the heck it is that it wants to do. It's really annoying. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here. I can't move my mouse over there, or I can't let paint touch this area, or otherwise Blender just freezes completely, and I have to wait. Okay, there we go. Like, I would like to do some stuff over here, but I can't because of this. I'm trying to get in like a curve. Oh, crud. It caught something. I should just give up and just be like, okay, it's fine. Because it just keeps catching things. I think there's something wrong here as well. So it just ends up touching something here and then just breaks. That's probably because I don't have these removed properly, right? Then they should be fine. I don't know why it's doing that, honestly. It's really stupid. I didn't do the yellow up there, but I don't know if the yellow needs to be done. I think we could add some white here, just for fun, like that. I feel like that is fine. And if this had what you call it, outlines, like it probably, I will probably give it, it'll probably look better. But trying to render outlines in Blender in real time is a whole ordeal, and I don't remember how to do it. I'd have to render the whole image, and I don't want to render everything just to show you what it would look like with an outline. Yeah, I think we're good. Also, do you like the fake reflections here? 'Cause it's like leather, right? So you want to add reflections when you have something shiny like metal next to it to reflect the light off onto it. So that's what those were, those little curves I did. Yeah, I'm looking over there. I don't see anything that I'm missing. Obviously this looks very like 8-bit, like low res 4, which is fine. I mean that's kind of eventually like exactly what I was going for after a while. I mean basically since the start, right, with how the shading was with the pen. Yeah, keep looking over there, see if I'm missing anything. I don't see I'm missing anything other than like maybe adding orange to that, but I'm good on that. So save there. And yeah, I think we're done, but I am just like, I don't know if I'm going to put in the effort to turn this into a VTuber today, because Jesus, it's been what, 5 hours, 6 hours of me sitting here doing this, because it's 5.5. This video is 5.5 hours, so it's probably like half an hour of me not on camera at some point. So yeah, oof. So let me see where the camera is. It's always over there. And you know we want it to be this way. And then we need to zoom out. I need to get a good angle. That's too far. That's not enough. Also, sorry about the glitchy audio. I don't know why it's doing that. It's probably because I've been recording and doing Blender for so long. Do I want to be facing up like this? Yeah, I think I do. We want to be like near the ground to get like a decent angle on it. Maybe a little bit more down. Like that. I think that's good. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm gonna get more of the profile that way. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's get that into the corner and turn these off as usual. So yeah, cuties, thanks for watching. Remember to buy my stickers. I think about becoming a member. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, because we're getting watch time and subscribers. And don't forget we have a throne now as well, which is actually taking a year to load. There it is. Again, I'd appreciate it if you can help me get a Switch 2 for the channel. Yeah, shout out to the members, EmmyStarr, RaleyDrew, and Alexgkiller 880. Yeah, cuties, thanks for watching. Tune into the next episode. Hold on. Wait, before we end. Maybe... I forgot how to do it. No, I wanted to like show you what it would look like with outlines, but you'll see it on whenever I actually make it. But yeah, cuties, thanks for watching. Tune into the next episode. Like, subscribe, comment. You know the do. See ya.